person have gone, right, okay, we want to be careful here. We're probably
to the light show.
Hey, I'm first year. Yeah. What a bop.
Something.
Suxi.
Succeed.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola, ¿qué tal? What do you want, Pete? 47? One. So 46 here. 47. So 48? Is that 48, Pete? Ugh.
Estoy bien. Sì 48.
What the fuck is it? Oh, fuck's sake.
My Espanol is coming together nicely.
Mmm.
I keep believing when all the lights begin to fade. What is this feeling? Like you will never fall away. Maybe you're the only reason that I'm wide awake and I keep believing
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Número con pi. Hey Soxy.
Muted. I pressed 9 again. Ah.
Thumps hey. Hey Pete. Haha, I was about to ask if you knew you were muted.
It's weird, unmute Discord, but it mutes the stream. Unmute the stream, it mutes the Discord. Huh? Big weekend, man. Big weekend, man. Big weekend of streaming, bruh. $34 hours. 34 hours streaming a weekend.
Socks feeling the sleep.
Get the average viewers up, boys. We're on 6. Alright, let's go. Play 1. Win 2. 2, 3, 3, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. Ah. Warm up. I'm gonna say I haven't played stuff. Oh, Jumbo! What are we doing? Sell it all. I got my food.
Take me back to a place that I've never been. Yeah, not a cloud, just a dream, but that's how it felt. Yeah, I miss the days when the time moves slow. In your embrace, I on it fell. I fell from grace when it fell apart. It's not too late to chase our stars. the days when the time moves slow, and your embrace lying on a foul. I fall from grace when I fall apart. It's not too late to chase our stars. Hey, Thirst, come drop that. Hey, Thirst, come drop that.
Yeah. Tired of spamming people's chat? Fucking bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Don't.
Hi.
Again. Look what I made. Look what I made. Salmon, rice and corn.
Tired of streaming to zero? Let's change that. Only at nesna.com. At 22 LFG 0 MP.
Sauce tastes different than getting it at the shop. Boy. $32! Oh! It's nearly chubby. Here it is. Magic happens. What did you shoot him?
Even shoot him?
No, when I thought you shot him. Oh, this sauce almost tastes like wasabi. Japanese mayo. Mmm. Stings the nostrils. Got him. Yeah, that's the mayo that they use.
Bring that butter.
Mmm.
Where's that salted butter? I didn't know you went to cook dinner. I thought you went to sleep because of that comment.
I don't but eat them. This is what I want to try and make. Poke bowl. buying it's like 19 bucks.
$19. That's a mortgage.
What, for a couple of bucks? What the hell's you buying? 19 bucks.
Did you even shoot him?
No shooting. Every shooting, got him. Oh no.
What would you do if you got your own Soxy gamer skin in Fortnite?
I've already got one. A surfer guy. Oh, now I need a bold one. It'd be like the real short one. And D-Jax would be the tall one. And we'd look the same. They'd be like, who turns which? It's that last Monday. I don't like how they don't have calendar. Oh, they do! This whole time! There's a calendar here. I never thought there was a calendar on Windows 11. You get a little arrow up. Oh my god. Oh, Vodafone bill. Oh, the bus.
My kit crashed, but that dinner looked pretty damn tasty.
Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. Mine's a bit different. I've got the vibrant colours. That's like fresh salmon off the boat. And they don't have the rice with that. I've got coconut rice.
What do you mean I've got no ammo?
Yeah, that's it. Well, salmon was like 11 bucks. It's gonna be like 2 meals.
Haha, my cooking never looks like the photos. All that matters is the taste.
True. I want to do that and burrito bowl.
Salmon's not cheap, but it's delicious.
It's good for the fatty liver. Mega fatties. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go down there. I'll bookmark that.
Oh no! No, 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 no! Oh.
And this one. Oh yeah.
That looks like something you get out Team Burrows.
That's what it is, bro. Burrito bowl.
Oh.
Beans.
What do you
Right.
Do you like more JYG or Zambies?
I haven't got a burrito bowl from the one yet. Guzman's.
I call it JYG.
Guzman's. I'm gangster bag JYG. Oh, ginger rice bowl.
I get the frozen salmon from Aldi. Not as good as fresh, but still pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out.
That one looks good. You'll have to tell me how it goes, so I can try it.
Veggies and fruit. Wow.
Best of both worlds.
Mm.
Get shot through a window, mate.
Oh, I did an NBA World Challenge. Put every NBA team on the wheel. Like, what? Oh, it's crazy. Or what? How long that took? Who are we going to barrack for this new season incoming? No. Kings. No. Yeah, that sauce is more like wasabi, not like mayo. Next drop for Dave. He's gonna use. He's gonna use shotguns.
Shotgun friendly.
Yeah. Oh. I definitely feel like it's clearing my sinuses.
Definitely have that gun, thank you.
Good. The one I get from the... I just trying to get the salmon poke doesn't have... The mayo's not that hot. It must be like a mayo... a mild mayo. Than a hot mayo.
Japanese mayo is very different, but tasty.
What is this song? Use this for some Fortnite highlights.
Yeah, sliding.
Bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Maybe some FC highlights. Ooh. Ooh. Go back to the start. Set it up. Shit. That's the pump. I need the license for that one. Copy.
Did you even get it? Oh,
Did you even hit him? Did you even hit him? That's the song. Did you even hit him? Did you even hit him?
bro, stop chasing. Hear that?
Did you even hit him?
I'm off. Have a good stream, Soxy.
Alright, mate.
There's more people killing.
Also, your cam's not on you.
Thank it. Come on, mate. Come on, Cam. Thank you, mate. Oh. Oh. else we got here? What? What?
What?
You still on Fortnite?
Yep.
Oh, he's about to jump. He's about to get on something else, I bet you. Back of his mind's like, oh, I'm just playing from Fortnite. Oh. Oh.
Thinking about it.
Oh. I know.
Sit down.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. There's gonna be daddy 4 games. Shit. Jimmy Daily 4, mate. You dumbia.
Why are you running?
Well, I'll lose a bit of weight. Can't run though. Oh. Why aren't you running? What? You should be running.
Bruv, you can't get me through the goalpost. What are you doing?
Grass.
What?
Yeah.
Damn it, I didn't pick up the crown.
Oh. 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 Let you shake it, it's gonna feel better? Nah. Ah.
hide and be it behind the car. Looks back. Alright, shotguns only.
Only just started that next game. I don't know. Game went forever.
Just because you know how to slide doesn't mean you're good, kid.
Yeah, that'll do. Send it.
Third party kill, let's go.
90. 86. 97, let's go! Oh, come on. Come on. Let's go. Where is it? Where is it? Get the Discord over there. Get over the other side. Am I up to? $89, is that what I'm up to? uh. 90. 90. Muted.
Actually, I don't want to deal with that. Third party kill, let's go.
90. 86. 97, let's go! The worst celebration ever. Whenever I yell, just the microphone goes all funny. Let's get that up on Twitter. 90. 86. 7, let's go! Replay, don't replay.
Or third party it is. Oh!
Ah! Ah!
Shotgun only. We got the win.
Nice.
Full loadout of just shotguns.
Yes.
7 kills too.
Yes. 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 Who did I get? I get 2 of these. Nice. Fuck off.
Hello, buddy. I love your streaming content. I see you new to Kick and you need more followers, live views, subs, which I can get you 1,500 real audience, 100 views, 25 sub, and get verified within a month, so you can start earning $30 per hour. Let link up on disc. Loco Yerbas.
Getting me out of here.
Let's do it! That's it.
At least you got your script right, mate.
Well, I'm not new.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't need the followers. I've already got the followers. Within a month, I want it now. Need it now. Haha. What? Did I miss out on Dumbia? Huh? Missed out.
Oh.
Fuck. Thought there was a few days left. Mm. Hey, where's my fucking video, man? The video, man. Oh, it's a draft, that's why. Let's publish that mother trucker. Right, mate, what are you doing?
Put my
Jesus!
set. Whoopsies. I forgot the mute.
Mute it! Oh! Is that you? Got to meet. Just doing a big sloppy one. Oh! Imagine. Here we are, live at the bog house. Alright, it's a bit of a longer video, but it's pretty good. A lot of packs. Soxy versus Sampa, Portugal versus Australia. Pack opening. Last Sunday, oh, not last Sunday, Sunday before. Also, guys, don't forget YouTube. Become a member. $1.49 Australian. In the big time. Chip it in a cup of coffee in the big time.
Randy Savage, Sarasota, Florida. Come on in. You're going to be defending against the Dragon, Ricky Steamboat. What's the cup for?
WrestleMania 3, Pontiac, Michigan. Yeah, 90,000 plus people watching right there. And this is Ricky the Dragon Steamboat's cup of coffee in the big time. Yeah, cup of coffee
in the big time.
I'll never get closer than now. I am the Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion, and I will remain the Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion. And George the Animal Steel on the outside will be no factor, yeah.
You say no factor. Obviously, he is a factor, or you wouldn't even brought it up.
Oh, wow, Mr. Sarcasm, yeah. I don't care if you got 23 wrestlers around the outside. It doesn't even matter, no, because I am ready, and I will not let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Cup of coffee, man, yeah. Man. Wow, man, break down.
Yeah.
Be no factor, yeah. 23 wrestlers around the, no, because I am ready. Let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Man. Wow, man! Will not let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Cup of coffee, man, yeah.
Coffee, man, yeah.
Against the Dragon Ricky.
Pontiac, Michigan, right there, and Ricky the Dragon's big time, yeah. In the big time. Coffee in the Ricky the Dragon Steamboat's cup of coffee in the big time. Yeah. Cup of
Coffee in the big time. It's quarter the price of a cup of coffee in a big town. Quarter cup of coffee. Did I miss out on Dubia?
It's juicing.
It's juicing, baby. Watch out. Get out of the line. Get out of the
Sorry,
get out of
don't
the
touch me,
hot
don't touch me, don't touch me.
Right over here, right over here. Look at all this juice that's coming out that Sam just squirted right now.
Alright, we're gonna walk away now. That's crazy. That's it. They're going away. It's juice.
You can't say that. You can't say that. What? What? Oh. Alright, what do we get it. I don't think I can do SBCs. The menu's gonna put me to sleep. Oh, that's right, I was gonna run Twitter, then I bloody... Ah. Did I post it live before? Nah. Yeah. Did I mute again?
No, I'm just.
Ah, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Are you muted?
Opportunity, my friend. Opening up a lifetime. Yo, my guy's trying to dial in, bro. He's really trying to lock the fuck in. What was that guy saying before?
When I was talking to anybody, it's none of your goddamn business. See you later.
That was great. Thank you for that. I hate to interrupt this conversation right now. You want to interrupt it, but yeah. I know, but this might be good for you. How much do I have to pay? No, bro. I'm talking to her right now. Can you just give me 5 minutes? This is important, though. I was gonna give you a lap. I was gonna pay for your lap dance. Bro.
Ah, and the YouTube. What? What? You might DJs. Didn't miss a single shot. Wide open. What the fuck? What happens? Oh, oh no. And then? Alright. Hun. Ah, why did he be on before? I don't he's on anymore.
Oh, he left.
Oh, was he in?
I was like, oh, you left, Mona.
Might be having an early night.
Y'all know where I can find a casino?
Casino?
A casino? Oh, no. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh. Oh, so. Just can't be bothered playing the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Gaming. It's like that with the gaming bipolar.
No, I've got the non-polar. No polar. It doesn't help that I went to sleep at 12 last night. Woke up at 3. Did editing till 6. Then couldn't sleep. Had an hour sleep. Then went to work. I'm sitting at work all day. Yeah, I'm gonna get more sleep tonight, man. Can't do that again. No, no, no. obviously. Alright, what other content we got going, man? So many content folders. FC, for you to pack, for you to post. Fortnite. I think I might have posted them already. But I disconnected. Oof. I play disconnected. Oh. Alright, Dave gets to pick a video that I post next.
The goldfish.
Goldfish.
Goldfish killed last night.
A long form video.
Oh, I thought you were.
Alright, a short film. Short film? Welcome to my short film. Welcome to my short film. Short film.
And I think we're all ready for some action-packed rush.
100. 100. 100.
Oh, I was trying to edit a video, but it's not going to be a good one.
Hey. Ugh. What? Oh my god.
Laid it safely to a teammate. And that's cleared out. They can beat the keeper from here.
Keep it. Oh. Oh. I'm doing this. I'm doing the McGregor. Shit. Unbelievable. Hey, Mr. Beast's first 500 videos weren't that good, mate? Anything's possible. Oh, stop it. Cup of tea. Oh. Oh.
Just how you do it in practice, right? It took some work from the keeper, but they got it. Time for a throw-in. What an elegant way to defend a goal golden opportunity. That's a good-looking tackle. They've read that play while they're breaking at speed. Oh, but there's still danger here. Goal! Just listen to the crowd. What a finish. This could be it. Great effort.
Oh, kick it! Yeah!
Great bit of defensive work. Could be a real chance here. Ahí le pega. It's in goal! No chance for the keeper. What a great finish. They're building the attack up nicely.
Ah.
It is wild. This possessed clean. Can they beat the keeper from here? And they're through here.
Oh. Ref. Give it. Give it.
Oh, there's a chance of a breakaway.
I thought my controller died, but it didn't.
That's an interesting move right there. We've reached the halfway mark, and there's plenty more. They're trying to find a teammate right there.
Give it, mate. What are you doing? Fucking hell, man.
Quick ball out, and we're moving it. They might be onto something.
He's offside.
No way we could have something here. A good chance here.
Oh.
Oh, that was horrible. Playing it close in the corner. That attack ended neatly. They started carrying forward. They fired.
Oh.
Great stop by the keeper. Now they have a corner to defend. Corner taken short. Couldn't find an option going forward.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. All the way. Oh, there's no. Oh. I was gonna say there's no way.
Quick ball out. We're moving it. Oh, they're in a great position. Well, that save's certainly not going to make a highlight reel. The ball in attacking position. Keeper handling the attempt well. Good read on the play to block it. It's a great place to get possession. Good control of the play.
Give it.
It could be. This will require some work by the keeper.
That's the ball, mate. Come on.
Great.
Ah.
They're breaking. That's a great scoring chance.
Don't worry about bringing the keeper, mate. It's all good. Just leave him there. Oh my god. Give it.
Great job. Well, let's see what they do from here.
It's not fun when there's no passing.
Beautiful look at the stadium is just going crazy. The stands are shaking. Can they beat the keeper from here?
Oh, penalty. That's penalty.
We're gonna get things moving again.
Oh.
Short pass. And that shot has gone way off target. But I mean way corner stinking. Simply not able to get it right. And there's that great save and it goes out for a corner. They decide to play a short corner. And we'll play it from the sidelines after that challenge.
Have a shot. Have a shot, mate. Fucking hell. Red's gonna have like a 4. So bad. Seven. Yellow wouldn't pass the ball. So you get an auto 10 and they get an auto 4 and they don't pass the ball. Very nice. Bulldozer. 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 I'll update my frame. Update the frame in this one. What's it called? Cam frame. Browser source.
Oh, what a... That's great.
Huh?
My controller's dead.
Oh no.
And my headset's dead.
Oh no. The trifecta, what's next?
Bedtime.
You're sleep dead. Not dead. Just sleepy dead.
Yeah.
But don't.
Oh, the foreskins are leaving.
What?
Undertaker's leaving. I don't know if I want to get the ninja skin.
Okay. Okay, mate.
Okay. Bedtime. Oh, chat to you later.
Okay, man. Bye-bye. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. Yengi, who's running out soon? No one. 10 days is the last. 10 days, mate. Yellow wouldn't pass the ball. You get an auto 10 and they get an auto 4 and they don't pass the ball. Imagine. Very nice. Very nice. Wouldn't pass the ball. Very nice.
But I gotta fly the Battlefield 6 jets early and...
Oh, what was that pack he was talking about? What are you talking about? Ah, it's just a daily. Just got... It's nothing special. Global limits. $85 by 20. Where? By 20. 85 by 20. Best pack in the game with coins. Huh? Imagine. $87 by 8, $89 by 4, $86 by 11, $88 by 11, $84 by 30. 16. 3, 20. So this one. Oh, this is this the one? Ah, shit. I think that's that one.
Wait, should I record you doing the fastest?
No, I don't know.
Okay, go for it.
3, 2, 1.
Good?
Is that quick?
I don't know. Chat can count.
It's going to be a jump. Now here it looked like a jump. There, this looks like a foul to me.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing, man?
Successful surgery for a torn Achilles tendon. Said he would not miss the opportunity to be here in the front row tonight. The two-time All-Star Tyrese Halliburton just underwent successful.
Ah, so it's the 150 one? No. This one. What's this one? Fitted with Game Pass. When's it coming out? Oh, 29th of October. Oh. Ah. Let's get rid of him. Let's get rid of him. Someone posted why Kevin James is powerful. What the hell?
Kevin is a serious martial artist too.
People
don't
have no
realize
clue.
that he can hit, man.
You
He's
know-
got fucking power.
This is a cool thing. When we're shooting Here Comes the Boom at the end with Christoph Sosinski when he lifts him up for the armbar. So that scene is coming and they bring in a crane with a cable because it needs to be controlled, of course, for the film. So he's asking, he says, oh, by the way, can I have your attention? So all these extras are there. And he says, Christoph, lay down. So Christoph puts him in an armbar. He lifts Christoph up above his head, puts him back, lifts him up above his head, brings him back. Does it 3 times in a row. He says, did you see that? I just want to bring it out there so people can see because now the cable comes in. Otherwise, everybody said that I can't do it. And everybody was like, what?
Kevin is a serious martial artist too.
People have
don't
no
realize
clue.
that he can hit, man.
You
He's
know-
got fucking power.
This is a cool thing. When we're shooting Here Comes
10 million.
No stand up. Everything for the takedown. Everything you're doing. I don't care what anybody says. I need you to stay on track. Do not stay in front of him. Listen to me. Do not stay in front of him. Keep doing Ken Velasquez style. You understand me? Go to the takedown! Go to the takedown! 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 Off the center!
Let's talk now. Conor, you need to fight now. Come on. There you go. Hey, hey. I'll take a point if you knee him in the head. Keep your toes out of the fence. Toes out of the fence.
Or rampage over here.
Where you at?
Right here on your.
I can hear you.
Left on your left.
Oh shit, this guy. The hell you want?
Well, congratulations on the win, first and foremost.
That means a lot coming from you.
Thank you. What's the severity of your hand injury?
What'd you say?
How injured is your hand?
Man, you know, you gotta use lamest terms when you talking to me, homie. Come on, man. Don't be trying to show your education up here, man.
The hand.
What
is
about
it?
it?
Hurt?
What you want to know?
Your hand.
What about it?
How hurt is it?
It's not hurt enough to whoop your ass right now. No, you know, I'm gonna go see the doctor. I'm gonna go see the doctor. Maybe Tuesday, cause you know But I see this little finger right here is swollen. Honestly, it is. I know it's bad, but this finger right here is swollen. I gotta check that out.
Or Rampage over here.
Where you at?
Like, I remember everything. I had him against the cage and I was punching him, and then I heard Dan Hardy say something about numbers.
If you look at the most significant strikes landed in a fight.
So that first thing I yelled to him is, count it up. I told him count it up because like I'm gonna keep punching, you know, I keep counting.
Coaches.
And then he caught me with a jab, and that just get me pissed off. I was like, well, like, Max, you talking shit, and you letting this guy hit you? Like, what? That's like when I did the flex. I looked at him, and then I punched him, and then I heard DC talk, and I know DC's fucking the wannabe baddest man on the planet. You don't want to fight my ass. And then I'm like, okay, and then I start talking, and then in the corner of my eye, I start in the fight. I looking at them, and in my corner of my eye, I see Calvin start trying to throw punches. So I'm like talking to him the whole time, and then. If you see it, I do it underneath the duck, and he didn't land one punch, you know? I look right at him, I go, what? What the hell is happening? You threw like 5 punches and you missed? I wasn't even looking at you. That's what I was thinking, you know? Like, I remember everything. I had him against the cage and I was punching him, and then I heard Dan Hardy.
The kid.
Daniel Cormier, I'll beat the fuck out of your fat ass too.
I saw that Jake Paul kid chirping at your boy DC.
Yes.
But what did DC say to him?
DC said, "Take my fucking name out of your mouth. I'm not a kid.
Yeah,
I will
right.
fuck you up." And he was like, "Ike's." You know, like it's fucking former UFC heavyweight champion of the world. That's not what you want.
I asked to fight you. They said, Daniel, what do you want? I said, I want the easiest fight in the division. I want Ryan Bader. Daniel Cormier, I'll beat the fuck out of your fat ass too.
Who gives a what Mike Tyson says? I mean, like, oh, he was the scariest man in the world. Yes, but when it comes to actual like fighting, we just have a different set of skills.
Mike Tyson in his prime versus Fury in his prime. Who wins?
Mike, before you answer, this is no disrespect to me.
He big, Mike.
Technically wise, Fury can go defense, his footwork's he's big. To me, as far as technique wise, Fury's the best we've ever had.
Just him being Tyson Fury shows my great.
Who gives a what Mike Tyson says? I mean, like, oh, he was the scariest man in the world.
This is not a high school kid.
What's up, bro? What's going on, dog?
How much for the Doritos?
That's all you getting? Yeah. $2.70, bro. That's a rough 5.
Yeah, that's what I got, though. Pretty sure you got plenty more back there, bro.
Okay.
Hey, bro.
That's your change? $2.30?
Matter of fact, you got change for a 20?
Huh? Yeah.
Change for a 20?
I got you.
Thanks for the follow, mate. How are ya? Have a read of the rules, mate. Not so much.
Hey, Pew Pew Pew. Nice stream. Wanna join the next stream with friends? If you don't mind, kindly add me on Discord. Sparkles49.
August 11th. Here it is. From
Okay.
My dad. No, I'm only joking. But I do actually want to thank all of you who have supported me over the past 3 years on this. You know,
So what is that? 100,000 subscribers, is it?
Last month I started a brand new YouTube channel from scratch, which after 30 days ended at 1.2 million subscribers and these two plaques in my hands, which I originally started to try and prove that hitting 100,000 subscribers isn't luck, but all strategy and skill. But even after I hit 100K in 11 days and 1.2 million in 30 days, still some of you guys didn't agree. So if it truly wasn't just pure luck, shouldn't I do it again and hit 100,000 subscribers, potentially a million on another channel? Well, within the next 30 days, we're about to find out, and also find out how much money I can make in the process of running these channels. And if you missed part 1, let me catch you up to speed. So the idea started when I found this channel with over 3 million subscribers who post dumb videos like this, which has resulted in him getting over 3.8 billion views. But these videos aren't so dumb when you realize how much money he's making. 3.8 billion divided by 1,000. So 3.8 million times 15 cents, which is the average of what YouTube pays per 1,000 views. And this leaves him with $570,000. This fired me up, so I kept researching and found these two channels both posting videos for these slushy cups right here, which is when I said if two people with the same slushy cup can get over 2 million subscribers, what's stopping me from reaching 100K? Little did I know what was about to come, because like I said, after 11 days we hit 100K, 25 days a million, and yesterday the plaques arrived to make it official. These are some packages I've always dreamed of getting. Did not think it would happen the way it did, but I'm not complaining. So in here should be the silver. Here's the letter, and geez, they made it so much smaller. And now the gold. Oh, that is sick. Which, if you didn't know, YouTube officially shrunk the play buttons and they still look good, but are about 40% smaller and super light. Although that's enough celebrating the wins from last month, it's time to start posting and potentially get 2 more plaques for this new channel. And what better product to make videos around than the flying spinner? Which, if you don't know, back in 2021, I grew this TikTok page to over 100,000 followers, posting videos of it to sell it through dropshipping. I have a full video of this already on the channel, but it generated over $150,000 in sales for me while I was in high school. And as crazy as it sounds, this stupid thing literally changed my life. So since I still have all the raw clips of me using it on my phone and this old channel, it's perfect. But don't worry, the channel is completely dead. The last video I posted on it was from July 5th, 2023, and it only has 1,300 subscribers from me just reposting old TikToks. So I rebranded it to make it look identical to the Make It Slush channel, and tonight I'll post the first video. The fact that it's a 1 out of 10 performance doesn't mean much when you see what the other videos did, but 6,000 views in 8 hours is solid, and it relieves me because I was starting to think this channel might be too old, or for some reason it wouldn't get pushed out anymore. But the strategy for what I'm doing day by day is really simple. I'm just going to my other channel, filtering by popular, and copying them word for word. You can see them side by side here, and I'm doing this because if a video goes viral once, it should almost always go viral again. Are you kidding me? 3 videos posted now, and as we look at the computer, over 8,000 subscribers with this third video about to cross 100K. This whole strategy might be an infinite subscriber clip. And if you don't know what it is, let's just watch the video that's ripping right now.
Why did 8 of my friends get free flying spinners, but I didn't?
Are you being serious?
Yes, and I liked the video and watched it to
You aren't even freaking subscribed.
I'm so sorry, I just did.
Congrats, your flying spinner is on the way.
It's basically just brain rot. And it's very obvious why so many subscribers come from it. But don't worry, like last video where I gave away over...
Yeah, that way though.
$1,000 worth of slushy cups. I'll also be Last month I started a brand new...
new...
this comment on every video, which is 100% true, and like I said last video, yes, it is exaggerated, but it doesn't cause any harm to anyone who doesn't get selected for a free one. So day 1, I posted 1, day 2, I posted 2, and today, day 3, I'm gonna post 3, which in my opinion helps the account ease its way into the algorithm so YouTube doesn't think you're a bot just spamming out content. I didn't think I would ever be saying this, but this channel might be crazier than the last, and I genuinely have no idea what it's gonna be at tomorrow because at this rate, it's already growing faster. It'd be cool if that 8,000 doubled overnight, crazy if it tripled, but imagine it got to 50K. Well, we don't have to imagine, just look. And I mean, look at these views. And it's weird, I'm not necessarily freaking out like I was last time because it just doesn't seem real. Shorts have just really changed the ways you can grow on YouTube because after only around 2 hours of work, this channel has 50K compared to my main channel, which you're watching right now, isn't even there yet after almost a year. But the goal for this video isn't necessarily to build an audience around the flying spinner or make the best content. It's more
Grow the channel.
And with the trajectory of this channel, it might be a new record for me to reach 100K because I see it getting there today or overnight. After only 4 days of posting, the channel has now reached 100,000 subscribers.
What?
I mean, come on. If this doesn't prove that getting 100,000
No way.
subscribers isn't luck, then I don't know what will. But also, if the make it...
There's no way, man. He's branded the channel Flying Spinners.
from day 30, and I'm not going to spoil anything about what happens or any numbers. But that website I said I was about to build is actually what ended up making me the most amount of money. Double what the ad revenue made. You guys will see those numbers coming up soon, and the way I was able to do this was by using AutoDS. After you sign up for only $1, you get access to a ton of tools like the product marketplace, where I just searched flying spinner and got a ton of potential suppliers. This one was the exact product for only $6 shipped, so all I had to do was click import, view drafts, then add to my store. Now, when I get an order, it'll show up here like these, and I can have it sent to the customer with just a few clicks or automatically. And since I'm selling it for $25 on my website, I'm able to have some pretty crazy profit margins because AutoDS was able to give me such a low price. They make it super easy, so any of you guys can do the same, even if you've never dropshipped before. And there are other tools like the AdSpy and Trending Product Finder can help you find your own product to straight up just dropship or create a channel around it like I'm doing right now. So I'll have them linked in the description to sign up, along with my 8-hour, 100% free dropshipping course, where I personally show how to build this website after you find your product and your supplier. Well, it's the next day, and the subscribers have basically doubled. This is nuts. 160,000 views within the last hour, so it really doesn't look like anything's slowing down yet. The whole recreating my past viral videos method is definitely working, and it seems like anything I post right now is just gonna go viral, which is an amazing feeling. So I guess see you at 300K. It's the next day, and as you probably guessed, we're at 300K now. Back-to-back 2.4 million days now, as you can see, and as you probably know, around 100,000 subscribers a day. This brings the total to 6.8 million views, which is getting pretty close to that 10 million mark to get monetized. But the same thing is happening as last time, where it's super behind, which is a bit annoying. As if I was monetized this entire time, that'd be over $1,000 already. And I've been so distracted by the craziness happening on this channel that I realized I haven't even given you guys an update on the Slushy Cup channel. But it makes sense when you see how low the views are now. I mean, it's still making some money, but I do have a theory which I'm nervous might be the truth. And that's with these types of channels, they perform more as a pump and dump, where you will explode right off the bat.
Look at this dude.
Content is all very similar, it'll eventually die out. Because the first time someone sees
What's up, brother?
They will be stoked and want to enter to try and win a free Slushy Cup. But then they start seeing it every day, and after a week, if they don't win, they're just going to start to...
Have you watched SummerSlam at all?
I watched some Sunday. Is that Sunday?
Earlier, the engagement and the swipe through rate. I really hope this is the this new
I was
channel,
gonna message her.
be able to see because it's pumping right now. Another
Ah,
day, another 100.
thought you would be asleep.
Views are still ripping. That's really all I've got. Let's keep it rolling. So it's the same day, but now 10 p.m. We got 467,000 now. What's exciting is actually the amount of sales we're getting. On September 2nd, I got
Night 1 was Sunday.
so in 3 days,
Ah.
$650 in sales.
Night 2 was today.
No, I haven't watched them. It's working.
Dropshipping whatever product it is you're using in your videos. And if we're talking about shorts as a whole, you might as well do some sort of print on demand to make merch, or if you have a basketball highlights channel, there's no reason to not sell or drop basketball related products. And if we take it a step further and talk about YouTube as a whole, it's the main reason why every creator is making
After the main event, I lost my mind.
Oh no.
Dinner 2 was Sunday to Goliath Hot.
We just crossed 500,000 subscribers in 8 days. Wow. Pretty much every video is doing well, but this one at 3.7 million views has brought in 200,000 of those. One video getting 200,000 subscribers is wild, but especially because it's a short that took me 15 minutes to make. So let's watch it.
Can I get a free flying spinner for my birthday?
Dinner 2 for Dave is any time he plays one game of Fortnite.
Straight off the bat.
LOL.
What I was saying about the algorithm earlier. I saw it got 1 million views on the Slushy Cup channel, so I replicated it identically, and it
Facts.
And on top of that, it's got over an 80% swipe versus view rate, 120% average watch time, so it's no wonder why it's gone so viral. And the biggest piece of advice I could give to anyone posting shorts is to have good pacing and an entertaining script. This starts with the clips having no dead space, like you can see.
When I say lost my mind, I was like, oh my god, no fucking way, holy shit.
So here in CapCut, where I added
Hey, I played like 5 games alright tonight, LOL.
which itself is a pretty bold and entertaining hook that's already worked well
Mhm.
in past videos. So I add the text that will be shown, place it,
Without a doubt.
and then type it again.
What's up?
To speech and delete. Now for the response, just add it like so and do the same thing of retyping it once you have that put in. Then again, you turn this into text to speech, just delete it, but make sure the audio has no pauses and they basically.
And Dave wonders why his season level is like 50.
Throughout that is almost just as important.
It's on the second account.
Swipe versus view ratio is such an important metric. This means your hook should be the
Bruh.
#1 priority so people don't swipe away. Once you have that hook, the rest will follow, and if you want to see more of my scripts, you can just go to both the accounts and study them. And lastly, here are all the other top performers, which you can see what I was saying about how every post is basically going viral. It's the next morning, and I got some great news. The views finally.
My other account is 200 get your facts straight, buddy. So am actually 250 ahaha.
On top of that, we have 544,000.
I know, just giving him shit.
Settle down, boys. Fucking hell. Settle on here.
Did cross 600K, but this last 48-hour graph is concerning when you look at how much the views are dropping. Mainly because that "Can I Get One for My Birthday" video.
Love you, cutie.
Around 5 million views. I'm really hoping I didn't predict my.
Why are you gay?
Be a pump and dump type of channel. But on the bright side, we did cross $1,000 in sales. So all I can do is stay consistent, keep posting, and wait till we get monetized. So have a video pop.
Why?
We're officially monetized and already making money, but the views are still pretty low.
Why are gay?
We've gone up 28,000 subscribers since then. I turned the monetization on this day, so it didn't get a full.
And why are you gay towards us? When we obviously don't like it.
First full day bringing in $70. This isn't bad by any means, but
Been told numerous times.
what it was before, you can really
Why are you LOL?
could have made. And I guess still can make because this challenge in Race to a Million is far from over, and I'm
Wow.
technically still on track. Well, we did hit another milestone, but it's nowhere near where I want to be able to hit 1 million in 30 days. We now have 700,000 subscribers, have made 5.
Doesn't work that way. Davo, your level is what we can see. When Soxy did multiple plats to level 40 on FC didn't mean he was level 120.
Yeah.
Subscribers in 23 days. But it's because it's hard to see much longevity or potential for future growth. One thing that did surprise me though is that YouTube started paying way more for shorts this month. And I'm averaging 20 cents for every 1,000 views, which YouTube has come a very long way on that because I think around a year ago it was only 3 to 5 cents. And an even crazier thing is when I realized this week how many of you guys started posting videos just like mine, which was my whole goal in posting that first video. And after searching free slushy cup, after 5 minutes of
Cool.
scrolling, there were so many that popped up. This hyped me up so much, but I'm really curious if anyone has grown it into the hundreds of thousands or millions.
That's cool,
So
bro.
drop a comment if you started one and where it's at. All these other channels getting views right now just proves that the strategy still works. So if I could just get something to pop off, it would prove myself wrong about the
Oh, I can't find it.
make a lot of money and get another gold plaque. And also from earlier, we know
Date.out here with that. Cool story, bro.
subscribers a day, like I was doing at the start of this video, which literally can be done by just one viral video.
Yeah.
Meaning I'm locked in now, posting 4 banger videos a day, and let's see if we can do it. An idea struck me the last few days of this challenge. So there's multiple websites like FameSwap where you can buy and sell YouTube channels. And since we can see from my 2 channels with this style of content, views typically skyrocket right off the bat, which is great and that's really what any creator would want. But the issue is during that early phase when the views are at its peak, it's not monetized. So what if you were to buy an already monetized channel, rebrand it, and then start posting the viral shorts? This way you wouldn't miss out on the money from those spikes, especially when they're the only spikes your channel gets, like both of mine. Which means yes, my theory of it being a pump
Jello.
channel definitely did come true. The past few weeks, I haven't been able to get anything,
Whoa.
leaving us with only 730,000 subscribers. And for the slushy cups, I did stop posting, but it's the same story. This channel got 52 million views and the new one 18 million. So if I was monetized from the start of those, that'd be over $10,000 in ad revenue, which is why buying an already monetized channel could be so lucrative. And in total, we did $1,800 in sales for the spinners, which did end up making more than the $700 in ad revenue. I'm likely going to keep posting 1 to 2 videos a day on this channel to hopefully get another gold plaque.
Next question. Why didn't you just merge the 2 accounts?
Maybe 4 videos a day is too much and I need to tone it down to 1 so it can get slowly pushed into the algorithm again. But we'll find out, and you guys can just keep an eye on the channel to see if anything takes off. And also keep an eye out on my channel and let me know if you guys would want to see me attempt buying a channel that's already monetized and growing it from there. And even though we didn't get to 1 million, I'd still say this is a success and really prove that getting 100 subscribers isn't luck, because regardless of that million, I still have another silver plaque on the way. So subscribe if you want to see future videos like this and to help me on my main journey to 100K for this channel.
If you knew what I knew, you could get 10 million subscribers within 6 months.
Your first video is not going to get views.
Subscribers don't matter. Views don't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, they do.
So
It's
stop
the beast.
sitting there and thinking for months and months on end and just get to work and start uploading.
Everything you
Mhm.
want as a creator comes from making the best videos possible and thumbnails.
Mhm.
He shares his best YouTube advice all the way from title and thumbnail secrets to growing a channel on YouTube.
It's much easier to get 5 million views on one video than 50,000 views on 100 videos.
He also reveals how he's able to hook in viewers in his videos and what he would do if he started over from scratch.
What advice would you give yourself when you were starting out?
Your videos suck. You think your videos are good, but they suck. You know, they just do. And the sooner you learn how to make good, great videos that people actually want to watch, the sooner you'll get views. I think is the biggest takeaway, because like when I was 14, I thought my videos were the best in the world. They weren't. They're terrible. Many people are making way better videos than me, but I didn't think that. And I think, you know, to be successful, you kind of have to have a little bit of that ego where you're like, you know, my content's great and you got to believe in it. But also, like, if you have sub 1,000 subscribers, like, there's a good probability your videos just suck. They just do. And you need to make hundreds of videos or 100 videos. I don't know. Depends on the difficulty of your videos. Improve something every
Oh, wait,
time
never
and
mind.
just, like,
You
keep
can't
improving it.
anymore.
Don't. When you make good content, you'll blow up. It's not the algorithm. It's not anything. It's just like most people who are in my position, you just make terrible videos, and that's okay, because you got to make a bunch of videos and improve over time to be great. Like, you don't just pick up a baseball and become an MLB level athlete within a year. You know, it takes many years, and YouTube's kind of the same way.
A lot of people get analysis paralysis and they'll just sit there and they'll plan their first video for 3 months. And I'm any of you listening, if you, especially if you have 0 videos on your channel, your first video is not going to get views. Period. It's not. Your first 10 are not going to get views. I can very confidently say that. So stop sitting there and thinking for months and months on end and just get to work and start uploading. Like, all you need to do, this applies to people who have not uploaded videos but have dreams of being a YouTuber, is make 100 videos and improve something every time. Do that. And then on your 101st video, we'll start talking. Like, maybe you can get some views, but you know, your first 100 are going to suck. There are very freak cases like Liza Koshy or Emma Chamberlain who have really good personalities, and it doesn't take them as many videos. And it's just like people who are 7'5" and making the NBA. Like, yes, there are free cases you can find, but for the average person like us, who don't have these exceptional personalities and backgrounds in filmmaking, just make 100 videos, improve something each time, and then talk to me on your 101st video.
How do you improve something each time?
The second one, just, I don't know, put more effort into the script. The third one, try to learn a new editing trick. The fourth one, try to figure out a way that you can have better inflections in your voice. The fifth one, try to, study a new thumbnail tip and implement it. The sixth one, try to figure out there's infinite ways. That's the beauty of content creation online. There's literally infinite ways, from the coloring to the frame rate to the editing to the filming to the production to the jokes to the pacing to every little thing can be improved, and they can never not be improved. There's literally no such thing as a perfect video.
What YouTube wants is they want people to click on a video and they want to watch it. Like, at its core, that's what it is. Now, you can draw
I will forgive you for that, Davo. But next time, bend reality to your will and merge accounts, even if it means time traveling.
You'll learn that you're more studying human psychology, right? What do humans want to watch? Anytime you say the word algorithm, just replace it with audience, and it works perfectly. Like, the algorithm didn't like that video? No, the audience didn't like that video. Literally, that's it. If people are clicking and watching, then it gets promoted more. And that's literally all the algorithm does, is reflect what the people want to a T. And if you deny that, you just make terrible videos and are trying to find a scapegoat.
What makes for a good title? Short?
Not just short. It's also, if someone reads it, are they do they have to watch it? Is it just so intrinsically interesting that it's just gonna with them if they don't click on it? You know what I mean? Ideally, it's a title also that, because the titles don't live in a vacuum, right? So it has to lead into the content. So ideally, the title represents content that you would want to watch for 20 minutes. So if it's a 20-minute video and the title is "I stepped on a bug," the click-through rate is going to be much lower than if it was like a 5-second video. Like, even nuances of the length of the video based against the title will affect whether people want to click it, because sometimes they just don't add up. I mean, it's that, yes, ideally you want it below 50 characters, because above 50 characters on certain devices, you run the chance of it going ... So like, I took a light pole and I saw how many dollar bills I could stack on top, and they would just go ... because it's too long and it can't finish it. And that's the worst thing, because then people don't even know what they're clicking on, and so it's going to do even worse. Short, simple, ideally, and just so freaking interesting they have to click, and it is a good segue into the content, and it represents the length of the content. The more extreme the opinion, typically the higher the click-through rate. If you can pay it off in the content, then it just supercharges it. So
so you have a kind of estimate of the extreme.
Here, this water, right? You're like, Fiji water sucks.
Yeah,
that would do fine. But if you said Fiji water is the worst water I've ever drank in my life, way more extreme opinion would do way better.
But you have to deliver.
Yeah, but then you have to deliver, because the more extreme you are, the more extreme you have to be in the video.
I heard you guys talking.
I stepped on a bug, and my dog stepped on a bee.
I've never considered it. I've always thought about the thumbnail, but now on YouTube, videos automatically play.
Of course. So before you film a video, what is the thumbnail? What is the video? And then what's the first 5 seconds? And then what's the first 30 seconds? By the first 5 seconds, it's goes with the thumbnail.
Because it's possible that people open YouTube and
they don't see it.
They don't
Especially
even see the
for
thumbnail.
us, because for so many people I've watched hundreds of our videos, when I upload, I am first on your homepage. So you just literally don't even see the thumbnail. Because it autoplays so quickly. So the thumbnail is irrelevant. I have to visually convince you to click on the video.
Wow, that's so interesting.
Yeah, that's why we go so hardcore.
Dude, that's so crazy. So do you consider also captions in those first 5 seconds? Because people aren't watching with audio.
Everything. Everything, yes, 100%.
Wow. So those first 5 seconds, that hook is now even more important than it ever used to be.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, before it was important because you had to convince people to watch.
Yeah.
Now you have to convince people to click and watch at the same time.
Whoa.
With the first 5 seconds.
That's driving CTR now too. Yeah,
it
interesting.
Is 100%.
Wow.
I roast a lot of people who have boring first 5 seconds. It's brutal. Your title and thumbnail set expectations, and at the very beginning of the video, to minimize drop off, you want to assure them that those expectations are being met. If you click on a video where of his, where it's Tether is a scam, and then at the very beginning he starts talking about literally everything else, then you are like, oh, this is bullshit. This is what I can tell. But if at the very start of the video you go, Tether is a scam, and I'm going to teach you why, then it's okay, you match the expectations. So at the very beginning, match the expectations, and then you want to exceed them. So you want to assure people that what they clicked on is what they're getting, and then blow their mind and be like, but you're also getting even more. That's how you lower drop off, which a lot of people, sometimes it takes them 20 seconds to really meet the expectations. And so you lose, that's where you're going to lose everyone. Everyone's videos start like this, and then it levels off. So you want to reduce the amount of people that click off on the audience retention graph. I hope
Lazy
you're
Bed
following that graph
Monday.
while I'm saying this, so it's easier for people to visualize.
One,
We really
two,
should
or
drill
three.
this home because like the number one thing
Two.
is like retaining as many people as possible at the start. Because like envision a chart where you lose 35% of your viewers in the first 30 seconds, and then envision one where you only lose 20%. That's 15% more people that are watching, you know, throughout the video than not. And it's not like you made the whole video like a bunch better. You just had a more strategic intro that hooked them. I'm struggling to put this into words and like to really
Anime,
encompass how
it
important that
is.
But like that 15% difference in viewership really does make the difference between hypothetically like 2 million views on a video and like 10 in my head.
The thing people undervalue the most is literally the first 10 seconds of the video. Like, I think I can quote it. I tied up an FBI agent. I have $100,000 in this bag. Here's a knife. Good luck, and I just run away. Like, it gives you everything you need. No wasted words, short, concise, and then tension.
You basically want to remove every dull moment. You probably want to find the 10 most critical people you know, make them watch the video, and just roast it. You know, certain things like if I just talk to a camera for 10 seconds without a cut, like a lot of people will just like get bored or they'll lose interest. So like having a B cam and a C cam, and just you can just talk for 10 seconds, but 3 seconds in cutting to a B cam and then a C cam. Like now it's more interesting, even though it's essentially the same thing, not that crazy.
At once.
You have good pacing. Typically having a payoff at the end keeps them, right? Last sleep circle wins 10 grand. If there is a low moment halfway through, you're going to watch to the end because you want to see who wins the 10 grand. So having a good payoff at the end.
How do you keep viewers watching and, you know, happy with the video?
I would say just give them why they click, tell them why they should watch, and then just stick on topic. Like that right there isn't even super complex, but that would already put you in the upper echelon of YouTube. It's hard for a lot of people. People, for whatever reason, like they just drag it out. A lot of vlog channels do it. It's like eating $100 ice cream, and they'll be like, "I'm gonna eat $100 ice cream." But first, and then it's like earlier in the day.
One was a
and it's just stuff
doko,
that has nothing
2
to do
anime,
with
and
like
3
content.
different
It's like
anime.
birthday shopping for their mom. And it's like,
2 more
that's not
specifically was
why I
anime
I was
on
looking
Disney
to grow
Plus.
your YouTube channel. I gotta tell you about this before we get into the rest of Mr. Beast genius advice. And that is that we at Think Media are doing a free YouTube challenge to help you grow your first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube or make your first $1,000 on YouTube. To sign up for free, all you have to do is go to tube1kchallenge.com or check out the link down in our description. During this free challenge, Sean Cannell, the founder of Think Media, is going to be showing you guys how to grow your YouTube channels and make money online with YouTube. So click on the link to sign up today or to check out when our next challenge is going to be. Let's get back into the video.
What's interesting is the longer people watch something, the more likely they are to keep watching. So you don't have to try as hard in the hypothetically back half of a video as you do in the front. Like even right now, we're so deep into this where a lot of people listening are probably
Muting
gonna
up
keep listening
and lurking.
relatively close to the end, unless we just have a
Okay.
really boring part of this conversation because they're just in it. They're immersed. And so a big, like, to really boil it down to a simple level, you just want to get people where they're immersed in the content and then just kind of hold them there.
The thing is, it's all knowledge. It really is. And like every time I say this, people debate it to the end of time on Twitter, but I don't care. Like I could start a new channel tomorrow with not using my face or my voice, like without ever promoting it, and in 6 months have 20 million subscribers. I just could. It's purely knowledge. Like if you knew what I knew, you could get 10 million views a video, and you could get 10 million subscribers no matter where you are right now within 6 months. It really is just knowledge. And I can already tell you 90% of the people watching, they don't agree with that. They don't. And everyone has excuses, and they're always like, nah, YouTube just doesn't work like that, Jimmy. You don't understand. But I mentor a lot of people. I see it even to this day. I still see it all the time. It is possible. It is simply knowledge. And the second you accept that it is knowledge and you start your, for me, 10,000 day journey of learning, for you, whatever it is, if you want to be less hardcore, and like actually figuring out, you know, what makes a good video, what does my audience want, how can I elevate, and then you take that knowledge and you just assume that I will never understand what the perfect video is, and every single day I just need to be devoted to learning as much as possible and improving as much as possible, and I got to improve every video as much as I can. Then there you go. There are tons of viral ideas that people can do that don't require money. It does not require money to go viral. Like at one point, one of my most
While fishing on the peaceful waters of the Lumber River,
Ah.
fishermen heard the distinct sound of a woman crying before the unmistakable pop of a gunshot. The commotion was seriously concerning, and soon enough, they would find the body of 33-year-old Mika Miller. She had died from a single gunshot wound to the head. In the hours, days, and even weeks after her death, Mika's tumultuous story unraveled in front of the public's eyes, placing severe questions over her husband, John Paul. But the question is, was he responsible? Today, we're diving into the scandalous marriage of a pastor and his distraught wife. One that includes infidelity, abuse, stalking, deception, and even a vapid attempt at so-called resurrection. Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're traveling to South Carolina to look at a recent and very conflicting case. With an ever-evolving story, Mika Miller's case is subject to change in the future, but in this video we will look at the truth, the influential factors behind her death, and what happens next. Feel free to subscribe if you'd like to, but more importantly, grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Mika Miller. Hey there, folks. Today, we're traveling to South Carolina to visit Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach is a popular tourist destination for many good reasons. With fabulous food and stunning beaches, people travel from all over the East Coast to enjoy the sun, food, and fairs in town. It's also home to the Grand Strand, a remarkable 60-mile stretch of well-kept beaches. Housing multiple boardwalks, amusement attractions, restaurants, bars, and live music venues, this really does sound like my kind of weekend. And so, at least to me, it is no wonder that the beach is visited by over 20 million tourists every single year. Alongside the Grand Strand, Myrtle Beach State Park offers ample opportunities for camping, hiking, biking, fishing, and swimming. But don't be fooled here, because this place is not only a tourist destination. The Myrtle Beach metropolitan area is one of the fastest growing in the United States. And as of the year 2023, it had a population of nearly 400,000 people, representing a growth of 28% in the last 10 years. However, what residents of the town did not expect to deal with was a rather mysterious death which took place in the spring of 2024. And with a case so full of twists and turns, even people who knew the victim could not wrap their heads around what happened. On April the 27th,
Please read the rules.
55-year-old Johnny Jacobs was fishing in his usual spot at Lumber River State Park. It was just past midday when he heard cries from what sounded like a woman in the tree line nearby. Unfortunately, from his position
Hey,
in his boat,
I'm a
he
professional
couldn't
artist,
see the
and I
individual.
create
It was
amazing
difficult to
artwork
pinpoint
especially for
precisely
streamers.
where this
Would you
cry
be
was
interested
coming
in
from.
seeing my
But
work?
although the
If you're
sound was
interested,
rather
just let me know in the
faint, it
chat.
was absolutely unmistakable.
No thanks,
The
read the
woman
rules,
was someone
Can you
please.
drop your Instagram username in the chat?
completely distraught.
Read the
A few
rules,
minutes
please.
passed by when suddenly the crying stopped and the soundscape in the state park returned to normal. A light breeze could be heard through the trees. Birds were chirping, and the soft sound of water was flowing through the river. Things
Read
were
the
exciting.
rules, please.
Out of nowhere, the harsh pop of a gunshot rang out. Checking with the other boaters nearby, they all agreed that the sound was undoubtedly from a firearm. Motoring over to where he thought he had heard the sound come from, that is where he discovered a backpack on the bank of the river. As he opened the backpack, he made a chilling discovery. Right there, in plain sight, were the belongings of 30-year-old Mika Miller. Johnny had found her glasses, cell phone, keys.
It's my
bank
Instagram
cards,
username,
driving
AmandaStark_20. Just sent me a request.
away in the side pocket.
Read the rules, please. Read the rules, please. Read the rules, please.
4:30 p.m.
Read the rules,
After he
please.
heard the gunshot, a woman's body was found in the river by kayakers. It was later confirmed that the owner of the belongings found by Johnny Jacobs was indeed the same woman found floating face down in the Lumber River. It was Mika, and the cause of her death was clear. A single gunshot wound to the head. Word spread around town rather quickly, and let me tell you, locals were baffled by the news. Mika was known as the local pastor's wife, and allegedly the two had a very healthy relationship together. She was also known to be deeply rooted into her faith, and was a very friendly and happy person. However, what many didn't realize was that below the surface of what seemed like a picturesque marriage built upon the house of God was a whirlwind of an abusive relationship. So you're probably wondering by now, who is this pastor? Well, let's take a look at the relationship between Mika and her husband, John Paul Miller. John Paul Miller was the pastor of Solid Rock Church and was well known to deliver powerful sermons. Meanwhile, his wife was often seen leading through song and worship. Now, before her untimely death, many of those on the outside looked at the two and saw a beautiful couple. However, those who knew them more closely and intimately saw many worrying clues. People who knew Mika always talked about her good spirit and her goodwill. She was caring, friendly, devout, and extraordinarily beautiful. To match her personality, she had big friendly eyes and a bright smile, and she was a talented singer who could connect with anyone she encountered. Now, Mika was also involved with the youth program, and her aim was to develop it to provide a safe space for the kids in the Myrtle Beach community. What some of the congregation didn't know, however, was that the very couple the church relied on for service were actually dealing with severe marital issues behind closed doors. Beginning in October of 2023, Mika filed for divorce against her husband, claiming that not only had he cheated on her multiple times, but he was also emotionally, mentally, and even physically abusive towards her. And whenever she pushed back against her husband's behavior, Mika claimed that he would threaten to lock her out of the home, forbid her from seeing her family, and even talk about her personal issues within the church congregation. But October of 2023 was not actually the first time that she'd tried to leave him. Back in January of the same year, it was clear that their relationship was pushing her to the brink. Packing her bags, Mika decided to move back to Kansas to live with her family. Initially, it seemed that she had made the best decision of her life. She quickly joined a new church, began building new friendships, started volunteering, and was doing her part to be present within her local community. However, after living in Kansas for only a few months, she abruptly left her family, leaving only a cryptic note behind and sending a few goodbye texts in her shadow. Her friend, Shaylin French, recalled the rather strange message she received, highlighting how it seemed entirely out of character for Mika. The message read, "Hey, good news. I've been reconciled, and my husband is allowing me to come back home. Praise God." Now, what baffled Mika's friends and family was that she had already been developing plans to stay in the state long term. She'd arranged trips with the church, had a calendar full of activities, and had even scheduled work for the future. It just didn't seem like she was ready to return to her former home. While the exact motivations for Mika's return to Myrtle Beach still remain unclear to this day, it is evident that their relationship dynamic seemed to pick right up from where it left off once she returned to him. In multiple social media posts, Mika began to speak vaguely about domestic abuse, which many have interpreted as statements describing her own experiences. She would also discuss the difficulties of dangerous or unhealthy relationships. And as you watch her videos, it becomes abundantly clear that she was not just talking about general situations. Instead, she was describing her very own marriage.
You are the bride of Christ. And my Bible says that he took all the abuse you could think of for you, so you don't have to stay in a abusive relationship. Whether that's sexual, whether that's somebody forcing you to take illegal drugs, or alcohol abuse, or physical abuse, psychological abuse, making you think that this is all your fault, or you're a bad mom, or you're a bad wife, or you're a bad husband, or you're not giving it your all when you know you are. God hates divorce. But why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
Now, to add to all of this, in February of 2024, Mika was admitted to a mental health facility for treatment, and, rather conveniently, in the days following her admittance, all of her divorce papers were withdrawn. From the outside looking in, many people saw this divorce as a rather good thing, because the stress caused by the marriage seemed to be doing a number on her mental health. However, what nobody knew at the time was that her admission was actually involuntary, and that her husband had orchestrated the entire thing. To make things even worse, while inside the facility, her husband would actually take most of her possessions out of the house and put it into storage. To add to this, it is also known that just before her admission, Mika was actually gathering all sorts of evidence and documentation to help support her filing for divorce. And so, the idea of her suddenly U-turning seems a little fishy if you ask me. And that wasn't the end of it either. In fact, while she was in hospital, all of the files from her computer and phone were wiped without a trace. So, what precisely was John Paul hiding? By the time Mika returned home, she could no longer access her iCloud, email, or Facebook accounts due to multiple password changes. John Paul would also take control of her vehicle while she was in treatment, claiming that, due to her mental health, access to a car was a risk to her life. As a result, Mika went to the police to claim that it had been stolen. When questioned about it, John Paul claimed that she would often recklessly spend her and his money. He also told the officers that he was worried that, should she regain access to the car, she would then sell it to fund a massive shopping spree. Now, with the car being shared property due to their marriage, no charges could be applied against John Paul, and so, ultimately, the matter was dropped without any repercussions. No surprise, but it only took a few weeks after returning from the treatment facility for Mika to leave John Paul once again. She left the home to move in with her sister, who already lived nearby, while the married couple, quote, worked through things. To Mika, any distance between her and her husband was desperately welcome. However, on the other hand, John Paul himself was seething. Losing control of Mika did not sit well with him, and shortly after her departure, he began to send her violent text messages. He even allegedly stayed outside of Mika's sister's home with a loaded gun, threatening that he would stay there until she came home with him. And of course, this prompted Mika's sister to call 911.
He said he's texting her threatening that he's going to kill himself.
Yeah, he said my blood is going to be on your hands. But prior to that, he was threatening to come in here, and he said, call the cops, I don't care, I'm armed and ready.
While no one knows what prompted Mika to return home, we can only imagine the pressure that she must have felt. Caught between her family that loved her and her abusive husband, she clearly lost her rational sense of direction, especially during those times when he was outside waiting for her with a loaded weapon. Now, all of this was enough already, but while their relationship continued to deteriorate, Mika had the uncanny feeling that she was being watched or tracked. It was in March of 2024, twice within the same week, that her tires were mysteriously slashed by an unknown individual. And when taken to the Honda dealership for repairs, the working mechanic presented her with even more disturbing news. In the hole of the slashed tire, tucked away as to avoid detection, a GPS tracking device was found.
Don't walk away.
I have no idea what to make of this. I mean, sure, her husband seemed to be crazy, controlling, and a total fool, but he had never stooped to a level this low before. Sadly, the stalking did not stop there. At around 11:30 AM that very same morning, Mika was at the dealership getting her tires fixed when, according to a police report, an individual she'd been trying to avoid suddenly approached her. As a matter of defense, Mika pulled her phone out to record the incident, but by the time she started recording, the man had sped away in fear of being filmed and caught.
Walk away.
I'll show you the pictures.
Do you want to go to jail?
They'll be on Facebook in a few hours.
Alrighty, you'll be in jail in a few hours. Walk away.
In addition to this, Mika also believed that other individuals had been hired to follow her. She also told the police that she feared for her life and requested a restraining order on anyone who was stalking her. To shed light on the other side of the coin, there are some people that believe that Mika's paranoia was unjustified, and that, in fact, it was
Hey
just a
dude,
symptom of
love
her
your content,
ongoing
really
mental
solid,
health
would be
struggles.
great to stay
However,
connected and get
this is
updated about
subject
your
to
stream
debate,
schedule.
and depending
Add
who
me
you
up on
listen to,
Discord.
because
Sanks
all Mika's
_8.
family say that she was a very mentally strong person. There are other people, most notably John Paul himself, that claim that not only was Mika unstable, but unreliable too. He further claimed that she had schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and dependent personality disorder. So, if this really were the case, with so much pain and problematic behavior, why did John Paul stay in the marriage? The short answer is that he loved her. He also claims that while on her medication, she was a very sweet and reliable person. However, he also argues that she often refused to take that medication because it caused weight gain and her to slur words. So, what about the tracking device then? Well, John Paul claims that it was merely for her safety and absolutely nothing else. I mean, look, it does not take a rocket scientist to see that, even if John Paul's intentions were pure, he was dealing with her mental health in a terrible way. And sadly, it wouldn't end there. The onslaught of harassment continued into the springtime, when John Paul posted a topless photo of his wife on Facebook. And although Mika went to the police to press charges, they claimed it was impossible to determine who made the post. So, ultimately, no action was taken. By now, Mika was desperately seeking help from the police. In her mind, if she did not submit to her husband, then he would become violent towards her. Oh, and we haven't even covered how she met him in the first place. The ugly truth is that John Paul had allegedly groomed her from a very young age, dating back to when he met her in the church's youth group in the year 2010. At the time, Mika was only 14 years old. John Paul, on the other hand, was 28. Now, before getting together several years later, the two were already in separate marriages. The affair between Mika and John Paul led to both marriages failing, and then a new one was created in their aftermath. Anyway, going back to our current timeline, not even 1 week after her recent visit to the police, Mika found yet another tracking device on her car, and this time she was sure that it was her husband. Enough is enough, she said, and Mika filed for divorce the following day. April the 27th, 2024.
Ripley gets screwed again!
Every
Fuck.
other spring day in Myrtle Beach. However,
Bullshit.
what was about to happen 30 miles north in a state park would soon shake the community to its core. It was on that day that Robinson County Police were called to investigate a 911 call, which was placed at Lumber River State Park in North Carolina, around an hour and a half northwest of Myrtle Beach. It was not uncommon to see people enjoying the plethora of camping sites, hiking trails, and swimming places. Some even enjoyed cookouts and paddling around in canoes and kayaks. But on that day, the police were not responding to your average disturbance, swimming incident, or hiking injury. Instead, they were there to recover or rescue a woman who, as she described on the 911 call, was about to take her own life.
Robinson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
A national park.
What's the phone number you're calling me from? Where's the park located at?
In Bear Bluff. I have my location on, I think, on my phone. Find My Phone is on. I just did my my location.
Okay, I'm showing, I don't think you are in Robinson County. Are you at the Lumber River State Park?
Yeah, that's where I am.
Tell me what's happened.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
By the time local law enforcement arrived, it was already too late. Mika was dead. In the immediate aftermath of this story, many believed that this was murder, especially her family and friends. They all claimed that, despite her terrible marriage, she was excited about the future. There were lots of things planned too, including hair appointments the following week, church service trips the following month, and even a trip to Africa with some of her luggage already shipped. So for her to take her own life seemed absolutely not plausible. And now add John Paul and the abusive marriage to the mix, and things were looking very, very suspicious. So, did he do it? Before we discuss who is at fault here, let's first take a look at what precisely happened, because these articles of evidence may actually sway your opinion. In the early afternoon of Saturday, the 27th of April, Mika can be seen leaving her apartment complex via her Ring camera. Soon after, a surveillance camera spotted her purchasing a gun at a nearby pawn shop. At 12:34 p.m., traffic cameras captured Mika traveling in her black Honda Accord along the highway, then stopping to top up her gas tank and buy a drink inside the convenience store. Leaving the station, she then began her journey towards North Carolina. Mika arrived at Lumber River State Park park at 2:54 p.m. That is when a 911 operator received a phone call from her. Within this call, she claimed that she was about to take her own life and wanted to make sure that her family could locate her body. 20 minutes later, responding officers arrived at the state park and searched for Mika. And sadly, shortly after, they were approached by a man in fishing gear who claimed to have heard crying coming from the riverbank, followed by a gunshot. He also took them to her backpack, which had all of her belongings inside. At 4:23 p.m., a local kayaker in the area called 911 to report a dead body floating in the river. Police established a perimeter, and by 6 p.m., an entire forensic team had arrived to take photos, gather evidence, and attempt to piece together precisely what could have happened. The black Honda Accord that Mika had driven from Myrtle Beach was found in the parking lot. There, police discovered a Sig Sauer gun case with ammunition in the passenger seat of the vehicle, alongside a copy of the receipt, clearly stating that Mika had purchased the weapon. Later on that day, they would recover a 9mm handgun in the water that matched the serial number of the gun brought only hours before her death. Both records and the store surveillance camera confirmed the buyer was in fact Mika Miller herself. On Monday, the 6th of May, the chief medical examiner released Mika's official cause of death as suicide by self-inflicted gunshot wound. At this point, the entire Myrtle Beach community was aware of the tragedy that had taken place. Many who knew Mika were outraged when the official cause of death was released. To them, there was much more at play here, and many believed it to be the work of her husband. Now, you would expect John Paul to be completely distraught by the news. His beautiful wife, a pillar of the community that they had built together, was now dead. I mean, who wouldn't be swallowed by the dark seas of grief? Well, alarmingly, in reality, the man actually barely seemed fazed. In the days following her death, he took the stand at Solid Rock Church to address his congregation and officially break the news. And yeah, I get it, grief does affect all of us differently, but the manner in which he spoke about his dead wife was honestly incredibly shocking.
As Christians, of course, we know she's not here and in heaven, and she's, you know, worshiping and enjoying, and probably hadn't even had time to look down here yet. But I got this lay next to her body and spent time with her body about 4 times this week, and each time it still didn't hit me. I thought she was going to wake up, you know. I even tried to raise her from the dead one time this week, and that morning, actually, I went to the mall later. She had bought me this dog tag, and the chain broke, so I went to the mall to get it fixed. And I saw a female about 20, 30 feet in front of me, and she was wearing one of Micah's dresses, and she had the same tattoo Micah has on her arm and the exact same hair. And out of just instinct, I screamed, "Micah!" And the girl turned, and it was one of her sisters. And I thought I raised her from the dead. She's alive, you know. But I can't wait to see her again one day.
No surprise, but people across the world who saw this video began to think how strange his demeanor and body language appeared. As someone who was mourning their late wife, you would think that he would be quiet and respectful, but evidently that is not the way he came across.
We're not seeing any grief here. We're not seeing what are called adapters, the things that we use to comfort ourselves, to self-soothe ourselves, like wringing of the hands, those kind of things. He's got these, what's supposed to be tears happening. That's not happening.
Riff.
He has no tissues there with him.
What's up, Riff?
Running. He's trying to pretend it is.
You got,
but
mate.
it isn't. These are all the classic cues of someone who is faking an emotion. And if you'll notice, if someone's really feeling an emotion, that's what the emotions fire those expressions onto your face, in other words, from your brain, from your limbic system. And those don't last on him. We don't see grief. The little bit of grief that there's a semi-sadness that we see in there is taken away by a smile. And the smile is more prevalent than his grief is, or than his sadness is. This is one of those things that shows so many things that are wrong with it. I'm actually going to use this in training because these are all the classics right here, all of them.
What was even stranger was John Paul's behavior towards other women shortly after she had died. It
What was
seems
I
that he
doing?
had already completely forgotten about Mika. In fact, in a news report, one waitress details his overtly flirtatious behavior only days after Mika's passing.
A waitress in South Carolina shared this receipt with us from a customer she served on February 23rd. Look closely. You see, the customer was John Paul Miller, JP Miller, as he's been called. He left that waitress a huge tip, along with his phone number and a smiley face. This was just 2 months before his wife, Micah, filed for divorce. The waitress, who we're referring to only by her first name, Christiana, reached out to John Paul a few days later and had a casual text exchange with him. Afterward, though, she hit the brakes, she says, after some red flags surfaced about him. And then, last week, after Micah killed herself, Christiana reached out to him yet again, not revealing that she'd made the connection between him and his wife. And she was surprised at his response, to say the least. Christiana joins us now. Thanks so much for coming on the show. What did he say?
Well, I asked him if anything was new, and he more or less said, yes, lots new. LOL. I'll text later.
LOL? Laugh out loud?
With so much attention and controversy, this was the moment that many people started to dig into John Paul's and Mika's history. The details of their previous marriages became widespread knowledge, and it was at that moment that many people started to realize just how young Mika was when John Paul started grooming her. It also became evident that, while he was busy painting Mika as an unstable individual, he too had his own personal demons. In a Facebook post from the year 2015, one of John Paul's neighbors is seen recording him as he squirms on the ground outside of his home. John Paul appeared to be suffering either from a psychotic break or a drug-induced mania. Originally posted by Ty Longerbeam, the video itself is concerning enough. However, it is the caption that really turned heads. The video says, "I believe the saying goes, getting a taste of your own medicine, and I mean that quite literally. You have used and abused for way too long, only to get up on that pulpit and consistently discredit your victims by airing out intentionally degrading, inappropriate personal information. Doing that allows you to control the narrative. Now we have the death of your wife that you claim only took her life because of mental illness. The fact is, nobody was ever mentally ill until they met you. This video is only proof that you yourself have issues and you know what medication can do to someone. Imagine being in a vulnerable state like this and being met with control, manipulation, and shame. So, how did Mika's family handle the news of her death? Well, it was always obvious to them that this story had two sides. The side that John Paul was claiming to be true, and then Mika's side, which of course she could not tell. After her death, Mika's sister came forward to talk about the many stories that she had confided to her. Stories involving control, manipulation, obsession, and harassment. And on multiple occasions, Mika allegedly told her family, "If I ever end up with a bullet in my head, it was not me, it was John Paul." With all of this in mind, Mika's family strongly believed that foul play was involved. The Mika they knew would never end her own life. But John Paul is adamant that, while their marriage did have its struggles, his wife was a sick individual who, in the end, lost the fight to her own mental illness. And despite the investigations team ruling that her death was, in fact, self-inflicted, online sleuths and even the mainstream media are still convinced that he was involved. And that's because, when emotions are heightened, particularly around an unsavory individual, all rationale and logic tend to take a back seat for many. It got to the point that, unfortunately, even the fisherman who heard Mika's cries was being attacked online, which is a real shame because, honestly, this poor guy had nothing to do with her death.
Jacobs tells me he'd been fishing for several hours on April 27th at the Lumber River State Park when he heard a faint cry. He says 2 or 3 minutes later, he heard a gunshot.
I want this to stop as far as me. I don't want to make this all about me because I'm still thinking about Michael. I'm trying to respect her family, and I got total respect for them, and I am so sorry for what they're going through. I never thought my day would turn out like that.
The online community were not the only ones convinced that John Paul was at fault. That's because even the Myrtle Beach community began to turn on their beloved pastor. On numerous occasions, they protested outside of his church wearing purple and holding signs which read "Justice for Mika" and "Break the Silence, End Domestic Violence." Despite all of this pressure that he was facing, John Paul continued to claim he was innocent. He continued to attend dozens of interviews and would even speak with people on TikTok about his side of the story. Now, this is still ongoing, but as of July the 29th, 2024, John Paul and Mika's family have reached a settlement expecting to end litigation on all sides. And while the complete terms of the settlement have not yet been disclosed to the public, both attorneys for John Paul and the family said that the agreement would, quote, resolve disputes in probate and family court concerning John Paul Miller, his church, Solid Rock at Market Common, and the estate of Mika Miller. Despite the continued frustration from members of the Myrtle Beach community, people online, and members of Mika's family, the attorney representing her family stated, "We do not want the Francis family or anyone to be dragged through litigation for years. We want to put this behind us and move on to the next chapter that matters. And when we say that we've gotten justice for Mika as a result of this settlement, it is true."
Solid Rock Church pastor John Paul Miller and his late wife's family came to an agreement today to end all legal disputes.
Mika Miller died by suicide at Lumber River State Park on April 27, 2 days after she filed for divorce. News 13's Adriana Lawrence joins us live outside the courthouse in Conway. And Adriana, how did both sides come to this agreement?
Well, Trish, Edward, not only did they come to that agreement you spoke about, but the family decided to withdraw their request to become a special administrator over Micah's estate. They say this is justice for Micah. Both John Paul, Micah's family, and their lawyers met during a probate hearing today after John Paul filed a motion to have Micah's sister Sierra removed as special administrator. In about 20 minutes, both parties agreed to withdraw that request. Regina Ward, attorney for Micah's family, and Russell Long for John Paul say the families want to set their differences aside and honor Micah. Ward says the focus is now Micah's law to strengthen protections for victims of abuse across South Carolina.
Pray for those who curse you. Bless those who curse you. Speak well of those who are not speaking well over you, because it's all going to work out.
Unfortunately, the exact details behind Mika Miller's death still remain a mystery. In fact, we may never know precisely what happened. However, what is clear is that, while she was still alive, Mika was one of the sweetest, most caring, devout Christians in her community. And as for John Paul, well, I'll just let you come to your own conclusions there. So, what happens next? Unfortunately, it's not actually so clear, so what I'm gonna do is leave a pinned comment down below with rolling updates of this case. If you ever want to know what happened, just come back to this video in the future. Of course, the end of this story is slightly different to the usual, but nevertheless, I thought it was an extraordinarily interesting case. I guess it depends if you believe that someone has to pull the trigger for them to actually be responsible for someone's murder. Some may say that, metaphorically, he'd been pulling that trigger for many years prior. I guess it depends if you believe that someone has to physically pull that trigger to be responsible for someone's death. Some may argue that, metaphorically, he had been pulling that trigger for a few years prior. So, on that note, what are your thoughts about this story? Do you think that John Paul has any culpability whatsoever? Or do you think that this was all in Mika Miller's hands? As always, let me know what you think in the comments section down below. Just a quick note, but if you want to support me in the channel, please check out my Patreon here, or alternatively, check out my social media, most notably my Instagram. And I think that's pretty much the end of this video today, folks. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you found this case insightful. As always, I'll see you again very soon for another video. Until I remember to arrive though, remember to look after yourself, look after each other, and of course, stay safe. Thank you, and goodbye.
Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on?
This confrontation outside of the Church of South Carolina pastor John Paul Miller has resulted in his arrest. Already under intense scrutiny for the death of his wife Micah, and after his home was searched by the FBI, Miller now has to face charges for this separate incident. We're going to explore this latest update and everything we know about the death of 30-year-old Micah Miller. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The Micah Miller story has gained widespread national attention, and this is after her husband, John Paul Miller, a pastor at Solid Rock Church in South Carolina, announced at the end of an April sermon that his wife had passed away. It was strange. It was really, really strange. He said that his wife died by her own hand in a state park in North Carolina. And since that announcement, public suspicion of Miller's alleged involvement in what happened to his wife, it is heightened. Because now we have protesters reportedly lining up outside of that church every Sunday calling for his arrest. Public supporters calling for justice for Micah accuse John Paul Miller of abusing his wife and even pushing her to take her own life, though he has denied this. And by the way, to be clear, on the day of Micah's death, he was purportedly in Charleston, hundreds of miles away. Also talking about the day of Micah's death, Micah Miller was captured on surveillance video purchasing a gun at a pawn shop before driving to Lumber River State Park, which is just over the state line in North Carolina. She called 911 telling them what she was planning to do, and even though dispatchers tried to convince her otherwise, they sadly could not talk her out of the tragic decision, and autopsy results confirmed that she died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, at the time of her death, Micah and John Paul were in the midst of a divorce, which, according to her family, she was hopeful about. Her sister had alleged that Micah had been in fear for her life, and eerily, Micah allegedly told her, quote, "If I end up with a bullet in my head, it was not by me, it was JP." Micah's family also said that she kept a journal where she allegedly wrote of being a victim of abusive, coercive control. On March 22nd, this is about a month before her death, Micah even posted this video on Facebook offering advice to anyone who may be or have been in an abusive relationship.
God hates divorce, but why? According to everybody I've asked and the scriptures that I've found, it's because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt?
Well, the refund stuff, yeah. Reckon that's it, peeps.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So Grounded 2 released into early access last week. I've been playing for the past few days, and after about 25 hours, I pretty much wrapped up checking out all of the currently available content in this initial iteration of the game. And here today, what I want to do is basically give you my, I guess we'll call it an early review of this work in progress title. Like, how is the game as it sits today? You know, just up front, I'll say it's not perfect. There are definitely quite a few issues which we'll cover, but overall, I've certainly enjoyed it. Like, I had a fun time in what is a fairly limited amount of time for the survival genre anyways, but it's a very good baseline. It's a good foundation. It needs to get some things addressed, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where it goes from here. All right, now let's go ahead and just jump right into all of the details, starting off with an explanation of the game itself, the setting, the premise, and its world. Now, like the original, Grounded 2 has you playing as one of 4 kids who, thanks to some science experiments, are now shrunk down to bug size, attempting to survive what is a fairly hostile environment. Although this time around, instead of being in a backyard, you find yourself in a massive public city park. So the park is broken into different zones, named sections, and each of these represent what are essentially the biomes of the game, with their associated plants, grasses, and other theming elements that you might expect. So to the far northwestern part of the map is Pine Hill. This has got pine trees and needles and cones all over the ground, giving this sort of like dense woodland forest vibe, almost like the Pacific Northwest. And then to the southwest, you've got this massive maple tree at the park's entrance with its fallen leaves and acorns, creating this very autumn and or fall inspired biome. Or to the southeast is a knocked over ice cream truck, and as such, with the ice and cream all over the place, it gives you what is essentially the snow region of the game. So there are currently 9 named areas with more to come. We've got about a third of what will be the final map in this current initial version. And beyond the specific themings just mentioned, much of the park is just an assortment of grasses, plants, and weeds, with each zone having typically one prominent point of interest or feature, along with numerous smaller ones. For example, there's a massive picnic table with different foods scattered all about and infested by spiders. There's a fire pit with some knocked over coals that forms what is essentially a volcanic region. You've got an overflowing trash can with its spoiled food creating poisonous gas clouds in the vicinity. And then all about the entire map, you've got entrances to these underground burrows and layers of ants, spiders, and other bugs that extend across huge swaths of the map. These are labyrinths with winding halls in pretty much every direction. Again, as mentioned, there are plenty of smaller objects that become their very own points of interest for you to explore. You've got a lunchbox with sweets and candies that are a rare resource you can harvest to craft some magic gear. An empty terrarium.
Oh, I got some clips. Upload some.
Lurking nearby. There are things like a news camera, an old magazine, a backpack,
but we'll do something first.
And plenty more. And beyond all of that, there's also various outposts and facilities which belong to the science organization that runs the experiments which put you into your current predicament. All right, so that is essentially the premise, the setting, and the environment. What exactly are you doing? Well, for starters, this is a survival crafting game, and as such, it shares a similar loop to other games of the genre. You start with nothing, you go around gathering the first tier of materials, making that initial basic armor, weapons, and consumables until you can eventually upgrade your gathering tool, letting you progress to the next level, rinsing and repeating the process. As of now, there are 3 tiers of resources and their associated items to craft in the game, with more to come as we progress through early access. In fact, there are only like a few items in tier 3. Tiers 1 and 2 have a ton of items available. We've only got access to like a handful of tier 3 items in this current build. Now, one nice thing that I want to note here as well is that they make use of an Omni tool which functions as your one item to harvest all resources, rather than having to swap between 4 different pieces of gathering equipment like a shovel, a pickaxe, and a hammer. Instead, you've got one tool that does everything. Although there are separate upgrade paths, there aren't multiple tools taking up multiple slots. It's just one tool and you use it to harvest everything, which is one of many nice quality of life upgrades that this game has received over the first. Now, beyond making gear and consumables, you're also gathering resources for building a base. You can actually place a base anywhere you want, able to construct a dwelling made out of various materials. Of course, all of the expected stuff is here. You can place a foundation, walls, roof. You've got storage, crafting benches, cooking, water storage, and many others. There's also a system of base defense as well. Currently, you're able to place a few different traps and turrets, with the occasional invasion from these bugs that are being mind controlled by some mysterious individual. So outside of all the similarities that this game shares with the genre standards, it is given its own twist when you consider the game's setting. The fact that we are shrunk down to the size of an ant and exploring a park from that perspective, it really makes the whole gathering crafting loop of survival games feel a little bit more unique. Huge pine needles, blades of grass, and weeds are effectively your wood resource in the game. The airborne seeds of dandelions act as a slow fall glider. Water is actually harvested from droplets on the tips of grass and is most readily available in the early morning. You've got tiny thorns that can be harvested from plants and turned into arrows, or what would be a roaring campfire in some other game instead looks like the tiny flickering flame of a matchstick. There's just really a lot of great attention to the details of what a survival experience from the perspective of being the size of a bug would potentially look like. I think just across the board, this is really well done, and once more makes it feel like a bit of a fresh take on the relatively standard formula that you get from survival games. That's something that I've really enjoyed. All right, so let's talk about progression. You've got the main story quest with a mysterious narrative about what happened to the people who participated in the experiments prior to you, and then beyond unraveling the story as you play through the quest, you're going to be exploring each of the game's zones. It's pushing you into different areas while also unlocking new features and mechanics as you progress. One of the big features that you unlock after a few hours is the new mount system called buggies. Pretty clever. Here you go out and steal the eggs of either ants or spiders, and then you bring them back to your base, hatching them in a hatchery. In such, you get to claim it as your very own mount and and or pets. They actually function as both. You can get up and ride them, and they're much quicker and can jump higher than you can, but also they aid in combat. You can manually attack them while you're riding them, or they'll just chill by your side and attack anything you get in combat with. They can also help in gathering and harvesting resources. Just across the board, these are very useful and a really nice inclusion. Now, in terms of character power progression, you get a few different sources here. There are, of course, gear and weapons as you're moving up and through the tiers, unlocking more powerful stuff as you kill and collect resources from increasingly difficult creatures and in harder areas that require upgraded versions of your tool. And I will say that they really lean into the traditional RPG roles with their weapons and gear. Essentially, there are perks and set bonuses on gear that basically let you play as a tank, a mage, a ranger, and a rogue, essentially. To enhance this further are these mutations. These are enhancements for the different types of weapons in the game, various combat abilities, exploration, and survival mechanics. And the way this works basically is you do stuff, and you level up and you get perks. So for example, if you kill 40 creatures with staffs, you're going to get increased damage to your staff attacks. Once you discover a point of interest, you unlock the ability to run faster. Once you deplete your stamina 100 times, you can unlock the ability to regenerate stamina faster. At any point, you can have 2 of these mutations active at a time. The game by default has multiple slots, so you can swap between different setups essentially, and there's additional progression that lets you have 3 and 4 mutations active at a time as you progress further. Which brings us into the final form of power progression, which are the molars. Basically, you find teeth scattered about and hidden in certain locations across the map. Breaking them open then rewards you a point for passive buffs, increasing your health, your stamina, your healing, your active mutations, as just mentioned, as well as reducing your hunger and thirst drain. And then there are these rarer mega molars that let you increase consumable resource and arrow stack sizes, which again just essentially introduces some more quality of life. As for the game's combat, well, you are fighting bugs, surprise, from gnats, grubs, and mites to larger creatures like bumblebees, mosquitoes, and spiders. Oh dear lord, are there a lot of spiders. And I will say there is an arachnophobia mode. If die Spinne happens to make you a bit uncomfortable, you can kind of circumvent this a bit. But boy, it's unsettling. I don't have arachnophobia, although I do find spiders unsettling, and I appreciate just how terrifying they are when they're so oversized. Now, the combat system itself is rather simplistic, but I will say it feels good. There's a nice sense of weight and impact to it. And the fact that you can use pretty much however many weapons you like also keeps things fresh. So there's an assortment of different weapons, many different ones for each category. Those categories include one-handed, shields, two-handed, dual-wielding, ranged, like bows basically, as well as magical staffs. And many different weapons. They come with different perks as well to them. And again, all of this combined with the mutations and the gear system and the gear set bonuses, you can literally feel like you're playing. Like I started off as a ranged bow character with a armor set to go with it. Then I swapped to a tank build with a life leech, and then finally I've settled on playing as the mage. I've got basically a fire and a frost staff and a mage set that helps enhance that as well. It's really cool. I didn't realize that this game was gonna feel like a survival game slash RPG game with different playstyles. I like it quite a bit. The one thing I guess I'm missing right now is a healing class. I'd love to see if they incorporate that later down the road. So as for the overall gameplay loop, like what are you doing? Well, as mentioned, it's a survival crafting game. So you start with nothing, you got your story, you're going to be going around picking up basic resources, you'll make your first set of gear and weapons, get some consumables, you start working on your base. Following the main story quests all throughout is going to have you venturing into the different zones, going into harder areas with more difficult and more numerous creatures to engage with, exploring points of interest in the process, getting collectibles, powering yourself up, killing creatures for their resources that fuel the crafting. You're also finding teeth and unlocking mutations for that additional power progression.
Catch you tomorrow, guys.
Getting stronger,
Hello?
which then lets you take on the larger enemies like those massive spiders, the cockroaches, praying mantis, bumblebees.
Camera's telling me to go to
Keep
bed.
progressing the story, you keep exploring new areas, you keep getting more powerful. Eventually, you'll get your tier 2 and your tier 3 weapons and armor. adventure, fending off the occasional base raid here and there in between, until you eventually get to the end of the story, have explored all of the zones and all of the points of interest. And that is essentially the game at the moment. I would say it's rather straightforward, but fun, and mostly I've just enjoyed the exploration and the challenge of combat, because combat can be quite difficult. All right, now let's go ahead and move into my impressions. As always, we're going to start off with the pros. For starters, I just think the entire premise and setting is great. It really is a nice spin on the genre, and to go along with this unique setting is a rather impressive level of attention to detail, which really has gone a long way in adding to the immersion. Like I said, the fact that when you have a campfire, it looks like a matchstick instead of a roaring fire, or the fact that when you're gathering water, you're doing so from dew droplets that collect on the tips of blades of grass, or the fact that at any point, because you are small and everything comparatively is oversized, you can look off at the distance at the hot dog stand, at the picnic table, and quickly get your bearings in the map without having to actually pull up the map itself. Like, once you get familiar with the game and where each of those major points of interest are located, you can just use the environment as your navigation tool. You don't really need a compass. You can see, oh, there's the popcorn hot dog stand. My base is in that direction from my current position. I'm gonna go over there. Or, oh, look over there. That's the picnic table with the pine trees behind it. I know that's in the northwest corner. If that's where I want to go, that's where I'm headed. So yeah, they do a great job with the play space, and the fact that there's still much more to come has me excited and looking forward to how they progress with that. There are a lot of survival games out there, but quite a few exactly like this, and I've appreciated that. Beyond some issues, which we will cover in the next section, I will say just as a general statement, this is, I think, a solid foundation for what will hopefully become a great survival game when all is said and done. There's already some great quality of life in here, like the aforementioned Omni tool, which takes all of the harvesting tools and combines it into one item, or the fact that they've got the ability to deposit all items into chests that are in the nearby area. So you know how a lot of survival games will have you deposit all similar items from your inventory into the chest that you're interacting with? Well, in this game, there is a deposit all, and it's actually just even a keybind. It's going to put anything in your inventory that matches in any chest that you're standing by, automatically deposits it into any of them, so you don't have to go and interact with every chest and go deposit similar, deposit similar, deposit similar, deposit similar. You do it once, everything similar that's already in any chest around you is going to get filled up and your inventory gets emptied. Really, really nice. And I'm looking forward to seeing what else they add as well. The bug mounts and or pets and or combat allies is a really nice addition. I've really, really enjoyed them. They also too have their own like RPG stats. You can get better and worse versions for different things like speed, agility, combat capabilities, etc. I really like, as mentioned, kind of the RPG class mechanics that they lean into with the gear, weapons, and how frequently you use things, giving you additional perks. I really, really like that. Speaking of which, there's already a ton of different gear options and sets in the game. So in my current build, I counted 19 different sets of gear that we have unlocked in tiers 1 and 2, with a couple of tier 3 sets. And given that the game isn't even close to finished, it looks like the final version is probably going to have like at least double the number of gear sets to work towards, which is really nice. Similarly, there are a ton of different weapon options already available. And all of this means just like lots of different play styles that you can mess around with. As mentioned, I started off going with a ranged bow build, then I swapped into a life leech tank, and then finally I ended up playing as a mage with an ice and fire staff, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what else they add to the game. Those are most of my pros here. Let's go ahead and now move into the cons. First of all, just simply put, it's early access. The game is not finished. Right now, we have got what is roughly a third of what is planned for the final 1.0 release version of the game. So there is still a lot more to come, but that also means there's a lot in the current game that isn't yet available. And then beyond that, with the early access version, there has been, unfortunately enough, quite a lot of performance and technical issues. So performance across the board seems pretty rough. That is the #1 complaint that I'm seeing from user reviews. And even on my rig, running an RTX 4090 and i9 14900K, and with 64 gigs of RAM, I have noticed a bunch of performance issues. The frame rate fluctuates a fair bit. I have had numerous hard crashes to desktop. I've had many more hard freezes where the game would just lock up for a solid 10 to 15 seconds before then picking up again. I started out playing solo and then eventually went into a multiplayer match playing with my friends, and multiplayer itself has a lot of separate issues. There seems to be a lot of desync when you're playing with friends, just constant. It's not exactly rubber banding, but everything feels like there's just a little too much latency to it. Other players and buggies also appear to be like at times be way lower frame rate than your own characters. Like my frame rate could be maybe a solid whatever 90 or 120, but then I look at my friends moving around and it looks like they're moving at 5 frames per second. It's just really off-putting. Then also setting up multiplayer, I gotta say that was kind of a pain. For whatever reason, everyone has to log into an Xbox account, and we're playing on Steam on PC. We're playing on PC via Steam. We all had to log into Xbox accounts. Half of the group I was playing with didn't even have Xbox accounts, so they had to go set up an Xbox account, log in. Then we had to all add each other to our Xbox friends list on xbox.com or whatever, rather than just, you know, it's a game on Steam, just open the game and invite your friends from your Steam friends list like 99.9% of all games on Steam do. They had you jump through these separate hoops, which I just really didn't like. And then a lot of technical issues, regard multiplayer or single player. We've come across quite a few bugs and glitches. The bugs themselves, the creatures we're fighting seem to get stuck in the terrain fairly often.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play grounded. Oh. 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 Gotta take Russo for the Ned Panthers. La 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 la. Not bad, baby. Cigar.
Nah, I would. Let's go upstairs. Come on, let's get it. Yo, baby, look, this Neon right here.
Hello, how you doing?
Yo,
Nice
Neon,
to
this
meet you.
foreign girl.
You do
Foreign
not,
gal,
do
heard?
not stick your hand at another man's girl.
Right.
What? You don't do that.
Nah, I would.
Bro.
Let's go.
Is that on my maybe it's on my email. Let's check the email, boys. EA. Thumbs on. Oh. Alright. See you, fams. See you later.